Alrighty. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to the start of a new, I guess it's really a big two-part series. Welcome to the routing live stream of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only. I'll explain more about that when we get ready to do stream upkeep, but for now, also I need to make sure all the chats are live. I knew I was forgetting something. Whoopsie. Stream audio may get slightly scuffed. Slightly. Okay, we're good here. Why don't we play the camera minigame and I'll catch up with chat, shall we? That is incorrect one. There we go. And of course I would have to adjust the camera, which has to be done. Hold on, I might be able to do it from this side. And then just adjust that accordingly. Man, all kinds of little tiny technical hiccups, huh? Since I'm late, I will start by reading the wonderful audience members and what they have to say. Welcome on in to Aiden Ross 247, which I'll assume is a random username and not the Aiden Ross. Welcome on in, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay over on the Green app. Thank you very much for the follow. We generally try to keep those sound-free and anonymous, and if I don't keep them sound-free, Twitch will pitch a fit. So, that said, I do hope that you enjoy all the benefits and privileges that come along with the follow. You've caught us right in the beginning as we are, starting the placard reading. Welcome on into Mr. Jason on the Purple app. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, greetings, good Mr. Coin, good sir. As you did with The Legend of Zelda The Ultimate Trial, Mr. Jason has claimed the first for a brand new series. Mr. User 11 is more than welcome to have all the firsts that Mr. User 11 desires. So Mr. Jason will wholly compete with Mr. User 11 more seriously for the first. Fair. There's nothing like being super first, huh? Mr. Jason says you're all fired up for the series, good sir. I will count that momentarily. Right now, I am going to go ahead and read the placards, because I'm not even on the correct screen to track that. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, all you have to do is chuck some coins at me, whether that be through a Twitch subscription, the purchase or maintenance of a Twitch subscription, Patreon or Coffee membership, or you contribute a one-time donation of $2 or more. This is the smallest method I have to give back to my loving and wonderful audience. I do want to thank people who have donated or used these various platforms in the past as well as we begin reading them off. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917, Shiny of Hyrule Nest, and Mr. Fent for gifting tier 1 subscriptions to Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with those subscriptions. Whoops, that is not quite the right one. Thank you to Mr. Gordo Goku for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier Patreon membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that membership. Thank you to Mr. Raspy the Player for the purchase and maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership during this month's cycle. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership. Finally, while I do not have any current one-off contributors, I would like to thank people who have made direct donations in the past. While while it does not come with the usual bells and whistles, this is one of the most direct paths or direct ways to support yours truly, especially if you like the content. So thank you truly for those that have done that in the past. Welcome on in, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. Yes, and I hope that nothing has impacted your ability to take things as they are and simply exist in this world. And I do hope that you enjoy your stay. Mr. Raspy says, no hope, please. No more. You're welcome. Look, it's a default phrase. I'm too used to that. I'm trying. Mr. Jason says, you were so pleased that Mr. Alundra was able to support you yesterday when Twitch was crap in the bed. Good, sir. And I was very thankful for their support, indeed. Mr. Jason says you wanted to be here, but it was just constantly loading. Yeah, I saw a couple people post on the various subreddits for that. Mr. Jason goes on to say you hope that Mr. Alundra was as supportive. He was. He was. Working on it. Mr. Raspy says that is understandable. You can say it whichever is more natural. You also train on your end to make your body not react so much to it. Growing pains, good sir, is what I have to say to that. Growing pains. I do need to fix this camera before things get too spoofed. I feel I'm just a little bit too like the camera is a bit off center from the counter. Also, additionally, I feel like I'm not quite sunk into the camera at the correct level. So 1 second. There we go. That's better. Can you make the circle marginally bigger? I believe I can do that, yes. Let's see if that's any better. Otherwise, what we need to do is like adjust the zoom and not the not like the actual size of the camera itself. Yeah, you meant the zoom? Okay, so let me do that just real quick. Let's see if I can even do that. No worries. No worries. Let's see if that's adjustable here. It is not. So I need to add a new filter. Let's see if I can't make that happen. I'm really thankful I've got all of these shaders from the OBS extensions. Thanks to Nutty again for pointing people to all these extensions and to the people for making them, of course. Oh, that doesn't seem to be doing what I think it is. Hold on. Is that better? I had to change the order in which the plugins were, like, reading. Mr. Jason says, there are many reasons that you like and respect Mr. Alundra. One of those reasons is because he has the name of Mr. Jason's favorite Sony PlayStation game. Fair. Fair. Mr. Jason says, also, I'm not sure why you have that specific webcam, Mr. Coin. It's rather pointless. It's supposed to be in the shape of a fireball. It's supposed to be in the shape of a fireball, complete with like the burning, like popping edges of a fireball. It's supposed to be on theme, is what it is for the type of playthrough or type of challenge run routing that this is. Mr. Rasby says that seems kind of that's kind of nutty. Too true. Mr. Rasby says you haven't really seen the transition, but you believe it's better. I appreciate that. Though you do miss the triangle. I miss it too, but I am happy to... yeah, it's kind of him, nutty. Yeah, exactly. It's nutty. I'm thankful to Nutty for making me less nutty with less nutty with OBS extensions. I couldn't do half of this without him. I really could not. Now I need to actually adjust the text box. I think that's the last thing that's got to happen. There we go. So I can't really adjust sizes of too many things. With the overlay, I have to keep it really minimal. And the reason I have to keep it really minimal is because for like actual attempts, the UI needs to be very clear. Like I'm allowed to check, I'm allowed to be in the upper right corner, the left-hand side, like the middle left, center left, or I'm allowed to be on the center right. Every other location has stuff in it. Welcome on in, Mr. Gordo Goku. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. No worries. No worries. We're going to be doing a lot of bookkeeping today. Where like there's just a lot of stuff that has to be explained because we're starting something new and it's quite complicated. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, slow week this week. 40 jokes and puns. Oh yeah, I need to count your joke from earlier. 1 second. Mr. Raspy says, ah, yes, similar to a political compass, center left or center right. Hey, those just happen to work as descriptors, but you're right. Yeah, exactly like a political compass. You know, insert raised eyebrow here. I'm very bad at that. Mr. Raspy says, 40 jails and prisoners. Wait, what? Indeed. Make sure I've not missed anyone. As always, we are multi-streaming. And you guys are on the left-hand panel or left-hand side today. I'm looking right at you when I'm playing the game. So, yeah, you're on the far left. Exactly. Exactly, Mr. Raspy. Exactly. So if you're wondering why like if you're having difficulty like looking over there to see chat, remember that things have been moved around for the new game. Just putting that out there. Mr. Raspy says 40 Jasons and players. Indeed. I mean, if you're playing Night Rain, you could certainly maybe get up to that number. You actually can't, but I wanted to make the joke anyway. Anyway, my witticisms, you know, aside, I have everything I need there. So, welcome on in to something different. A challenge run, and more specifically, the routing for a challenge run. What is routing? Routing means we are scouting the game out and kind of playing through it normally at first, but we're going to be taking lots of notes along the way so that when I get ready to do a real run, like a real attempt at, you know, 0 deaths, you know, it'll be pretty seamless. So it's going to feel like a normal stream for a little while until we hit something difficult, and then it's going to be less of a normal stream. First off, I would like to point out everyone's attention to certain mod commands that have been, or certain commands that have been made available in the Discord chat. Don't worry, I'll demonstrate these in a second. But if you type in !ER on Twitch, *ER on YouTube, or pound or hashtag ER on Kick, which I will demonstrate that right now. I've come up with a new convention for commands for Kick. Patent pending / you know, tenuous symbol usage. That may change. Might take a second because streamer.bot. Oh, well, I'm apparently gonna have to work on those commands. I will have to oh, welcome on in, and thank you for the follow. Let me make sure I just got someone on the green app. Yeah, thank you for the follow. We do keep the follows anonymous on these platforms, and I wish I could have some fanfare for Kick. Alas, I cannot. That said, please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of your follow. Well, there's a lot of chat today. Okay. Mr. Jason says, or I'm sorry, Mr. Raspy says, Christ, imagine a chat overlay that covers the whole screen and puts each message position in accordance to the position on the political spectrum. That would be hilarious and something for political commentators to do. However, I am not one of those. I have only flitted with the idea of being one, if nothing else. Mr. Jason says, imagine if there were another 39 Mr. Jasons. I could, unfortunately. Mr. Raspy says, it would make the king part of the name make more sense if only one was the king. Perhaps. Mr. Raspy says, 39 troll peasant J. I suppose. Wait, is it just me, or did none of the commands actually activate there? No, in fact, none of them are activating. That's weird. Okay, I will have to figure out those commands. Apparently, I thought I had them worked out. I do not have them worked out, because they should be triggering based off of the... Oh, I'm sorry. It's because I told you guys to type in the wrong thing. It is... Let me go ahead and demonstrate this now. Okay. Yeah, it's I forget. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be ERR, and the rest of the commands only have one R. Whoopsie. And I hope that the bot is not going to require being logged in on Kick. That would be not great. Mr. Rasby says you deeply appreciate the team behind the main menu screen. Yeah, it's a nice looking screen. Mr. Rasby says behind the preview menu, that is. Yeah, it's a nice looking title screen. Let me go ahead and press that now. Mr. Rasby says, imagine if there was a prank game that was just a... Okay, I'm going to start out with a warning. Please do not spam, like, your recent Twitter posts or follow for sub. I'm going to have to make some sincere rules for Kick moving forward, because that's like the third person that's done that. Yuck. Anyway, Mr. Rasby was saying, imagine if there was a prank game that was just a super fancy press any button, but nothing happens afterwards. That would be an incredible non-game and quite a troll. Mr. Jason says, at least one thing, good sir. If Twitch does completely crap the bed, you have now made a kickstart on the other website. Too true. Mr. Rasby says each centrist would make the game less and less watchable. I would have thought centrists would have made it more and more intriguing, but that's coming from someone that is somewhat of a centrist anyway. Mr. Rasby says people are really passionate about Twitter on the Green app. People are really passionate about promoting themselves, is what I have come to discover. Yeah, the rest of the commands should be good. I'll demonstrate them, you know, as needed, as necessary. But Mr. Rasby says, by the way, that prank game that exists, you've actually played it, you have it saved. It's a long story. You used it when you presented your own game at uni. You used that fake main menu to make a joke and put it on the first slide. Hey, this is not the game, but this is. No Kappa. I have to finish updating a lot of the commands. I have to finish updating that. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordogoku. 24 hours was not a lot of time to get everything ready. I feel like I should have taken today off to finish doing that. But the rest of the command should be there. It's just the command that's got to be fixed. And the other ones have to be tested. Mr. Jason says you wouldn't know where you stand, Mr. Coin. You personally just think both sides will do things to screw you over? That sounds like being an independent to me, which is totally fine. It'll come down to what your individual positions on issues are. But this is not the space for that. At least not right now. I'm in the midst of bookkeeping. Mr. Rasby says, if far right side, insert side here, wants to troll, they need to become centrist. We refer to them as being milquetoast. But that is the last thing I want to say regarding that for the time being. I want to curate this a bit. Mr. Gordogoku says it's all good. Game on. Very well. So, first things first. I am going to have connection issues with... Oh, that's why. We're going to delete these. And we're going to start a new game. Mr. Rasby says, ah, crap. You thought you replaced right with side. You wrote them both. You did write them both. You thought, dang, Coin's autocorrect is really that direct. Well, I mean, there are lots of labels for the far right. You've got the AFD, you've got Republican, you've got like not like every Republican, but you've got MAGA, you've got I know there's one in Britain. I think it's Reform UK. I believe that's the far right one over there. There are far-right ones everywhere, and really, coalition governments aren't any better. I'm referring to a lot of the EU when I say this. I know they kind of like to form, they have a multi-party system, but they end up forming coalitions in order to exert power, which if you do that, if enough coalitions, or if enough people gather into coalitions, what you really have is just two super packed sides with a bunch of different opinions. Mr. Raspy says, not gonna lie, it's been years. You still have no effing idea what a coalition is. As far as I understand it, a coalition is kind of like... How do I word this? It's like if multiple political parties came together and said, we're going to agree to vote this way on this, this, and this. Or we're going to agree to give each other, votes on certain issues as long as we're willing to keep each other in power when it comes time to either reshuffle seats or help out with campaigning for certain policies, this, that, and the other. It's kind of like a super PAC. Or like, it's what happens in the US when multiple, what's the word for it? I know what the word is, I'm just blanking on it. Yeah, I'm really blanking on this word. I can't think of it. Mr. Jason says at a basic level, a coalition is more or less when two parties merge. Yes, but in most cases, I believe the parties are still separate. The only thing that changes is like who is leading the coalition, right? If it's an actual merge, then that's just reducing parties or approaching a more of a two-party system, right? What's the point in forming different parties if you're just going to merge into something, bigger, more powerful? Just merge into the big, more powerful thing and have the actual two-party system you so crave. So unlike before, or unlike with normal Let's Plays, here I'm not going to explain as much, because I'm here to do something very specific. What is that specific thing? I am here to complete the game without dying once, using a specific restriction, which I will go ahead and show attributes now. The class, there are bunches of starting classes. The class we're going to pick is the Prophet. It has starting spells that fit the restrictions of the challenge, which... I believe if you guys type in !ER hitless, that's ER and then the word hitless, all one word. I believe you guys on YouTube can do the same thing if you use an asterisk instead, and you guys on Kick can do the same thing if you use a # instead. Okay. That is a certified ban. Over from there, let me see if I can't believe I'm gonna have to do this. Actually, since I know this is a norm over there on Kick, I am going to... You can come back again in 24 hours, good sir. Okay. Wow, I have to make the Kick window super big. Yeah, WizTwitter, you can come back in 24 hours. Mr. Rasby says... And thank you for the assist, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, ERR, exclaiming uncertainty. Mr. Rasby says, gotta go play some Overwatch with a friend, unfortunately, but you hope Elden Ring Reforged will be fun. Happy to see you get to play what you want. Very well, Mr. Rasby. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your Overwatch, good sir. It was good to have you. I do hope I get to see you again sooner rather than later, but if I don't get to see you, again, enjoy the Overwatch, and, you know, I'll see you when I see you. Rest well, stay safe, and take care of them out there. Mr. Jason says you just saw them, Mr. Coin. That was even a verified channel. Mr. Jason would have banned them outright, but you leave it down to me. I'm trying to, like, bear in mind how ruthless and cutthroat Kick is. That's all, Mr. Jason. Like, that kind of just seems to be a thing everyone, you know, is doing. Or maybe not everyone, but, like, anyone small is, like, doing it, right? Let me demonstrate this on YouTube. I believe this should work. Yeah, I'll have to make some of these commands figure themselves out. That said, make sure I... Yeah, okay. So, the hitless rules, these are basically rules I have to operate by at all times. I'm kind of like explaining some things while also trying to like get a move on at the same time. So the hitless rules indicate a set of conditions that I need to follow at all times, or else I'm in violation of the run. For example, a lot of these are defined as hitless rules. Most of them still apply in Deathless. Let me give you an example of something that would count under Deathless and hitless. Bullet number 4 says, fall damage does not count as a hit, but a death from falling does. That is a hit. Well, a death from falling is also a death, right? That's kind of the whole deal about that. It counts as you died. Yeah, so because there's a lot of overlap between these two rule sets, I've just copied down the hitless rules and have made some Elden Ring Reforged specific tweaks to them, more or less. But most of the overlap is in glitching or, you know, specifically as it pertains to X, like X rules regarding X-only challenges. Stuff like that. On the other hand, what will kind of be a thing moving forward is exclamation mark, I believe it is ER path. Yeah, exclamation mark ER path, all one word, will bring you guys over to my new routing sheet. I'm kind of starting over with that because so many things have changed. Mr. Jason says they don't deserve to be in here on this channel. I mean, they're not here on Twitch, are they? I definitely wouldn't tolerate that over there. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you're quite shocked at how bad it is on the Green app. Well, that's what happens when you've got pool, like, hot tub and, like, gambling streams. This, like, if you wanted adult, like, really adult, not like nudity, that's not permissible on Kick to my knowledge, but the types of things that get banned off of Twitch are generally permissible on Kick. It's just a cruder environment. It has no real affiliation outside of the gambling and the hot tubs. So I'm not shocked. I'm shocked by how pervasive it is and less about seeing it, if that's making any sense. I was kind of expecting to slip under that stuff while I'm small on Kick. I guess not. course we're going to enter our name. And of course I have to whip out the keyboard for this one part. There we go. We're going to be doing a lot of typing and scribing while we're playing. So it's going to start slow and then it's going to pick up. Just putting that out there. I already have a... Let's see. I already have... I believe we want a stone sword key. I already have a detailed appearance loadout. We're just going to load that while we're right here. Everything else seems particularly good, or like it's in place. So without further ado, because of the nature of the routing, I will let you guys see the cutscenes unfettered. So we're going to do that. Mr. Jason says you'll at least immediately ban the best viewers bots. It's impossible to offer you what you already have. Well, you should be careful in saying that. Twitch might take that to mean I'm botting, which I'm not. But I get what you're trying to say, Mr. Jason, and that is, you know, I already have the best viewers available. My wonderful and lovingly curated audience, which I have grown organically over the course of basically my entire career. I have worked hard to curate the audience I have. I'm just getting ahead of that because I know how Twitch like the Twitch algorithm is when they hear those words. When those words show up in the database, I have to get ahead of that because I know it's not true. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you're pleased to be here. I'm glad you're here too, good sir. All right. Let's see. I believe it is. Let me just do this. Oh, is Firebot having one of these spells? I think it is. Hold on. Because all my hotkeys just kind of stopped working right here. Sometimes it just does this, and you have to fix it. It's not keyed to the overlay right, because names changed. Okay. We're gonna have to wink this out the old-fashioned way. Let's go. Starting game with this character. Yes, that is perfectly fine.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Mary Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Goldmask. Fear, the deathbed companion. The loathsome dung-eater. And Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
Okay. Sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, you know that Link and Saremo have both streamed Elden Ring, but you've never seen Elden Ring Reforged, so this is a brand new opportunity for you? Yes. And isn't this the game with the Burger King enemies? I do not know what that particular parlance for describing the enemies is. I might know them by a different name. You absolutely remember them. That's probably something that either Link or Saremu have said. And I guess we will have the opportunity to look at that together when that shows up. That said, I'm not going to really explain anything related to normal Elden Ring mechanics. I'm mostly going to just explain Reforged specific stuff. But yes, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is, think of this as like Elden Ring Vanilla Plus, or like vanilla with extra sprinkles, but with plenty of custom mechanics in the meantime. there's plenty of things for Elden Ring Reforged to call its own without changing up so much that the game looks unrecognizable. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. We do take commercial breaks around here. Now, because of how all the commercial breaks are going to work, and in regard to this game, there's just going to be some weird timing stuff. There's nothing to do about that, except Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. The Burger King enemies is just what you call them. You think they are known as in the game as the Rea Lucaria sorcerers? Ah, yes, all of the Conspectus sorcerers. I know what you're talking about. They, some of them even drop their helmets. Yeah, I know what you mean now. They're cool. They're really cool. And their headgear is a lot better in Reforged specifically. That said, in about the next 3 minutes, we will be taking a commercial break, which I believe will give us just enough time, if I don't dawdle too much, to defeat the Scion and then defeat or die to the Scion and then sit through a cutscene. Opposite of where my head is, in the upper left-hand corner, at the top of the hour, will be where the timer is for the commercial break. That will read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I'm going to get up, the ads are going to be playing, and I'm going to be taking a stretch break. I highly encourage you guys to do the same exact thing, but you're free to spend your time however you like. Yeah, you're free to spend your time however you like. Once those 3 minutes are up and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will be back at my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. That said, because of the time it took for me to talk, I'm just going to kind of explain some other stuff. Hint messages. Elden Ring Reforged makes various changes to core progression and game mechanics. Keep a lookout for orange glowing messages out in the world for hints when it comes to new content or changes. Hint messages are enabled by default. They can be toggled on or off here or in the Reforged settings menu at Sites of Grace. No, we don't want to disable those because you guys might want to see those. Like I said, Elden Ring stuff, normally not going to cover a whole bunch. Reforged, however, I am going to at least cover a little bit of it, if not a significant chunk more. And I do need to adjust the camera in comparison to... I do need to adjust that in comparison to the JNP counter. Reforged... and I'm going to refer to it as Reforged for now on. Reforged has weighted dodges, and the weights are different. They imported the Bloodborne dodge obviously from Bloodborne. If you're wearing light equipment, or you have a light load, it has one more iframe overall compared to the other dodges. So you're slightly encouraged to wear light armor, but you can survive without that. A lot of the armor sets I want to be wearing for this particular run, for this particular routing and run type, You know, you don't want to be... you don't want to pay that too much consideration. Unlike regular Elden Ring, where the lighter you are, the better you generally are at the game. That said, I will see you guys after the commercial break. I'm back. So sorry about that. Let me catch up on chat, and then we'll keep it moving. Mr. Jason says that they'll be delayed on the other side of the break. Very well. Very well. Okay, something else I should bring up. Now that we're here, and I am going to take the time to to move this whole thing. It just kind of felt, the camera kind of felt off center compared to where the counter is. Now the hitless, the counter program I'm using for this, that unfortunately just kind of has to be where it is, because as we fill it out, you know, it's gonna change length, that kind of thing. I'll know about what kind of titles I can add with that when we actually write it in. But, I should bring up the focus overlay because it has changed. And of course I need to move it because that is... Let's do that. It's like ever so slightly too small. I think that's not quite exactly center, but that would require me rotating the mat, like the color mask part of it, and I don't want to do that. So I've also obscured it a little bit more, or like thickened up the color, made it more opaque. So it's a little bit more clear. I'm actually not exactly available. But I don't need to actually lock in for this, because we're going to die. We are allowed to die to Grafted Scion, and it doesn't count. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Let me, shuffle. Might need to make some things bigger or smaller. Yeah, this is like the tiniest I can make that particular dock. But yeah, welcome back. I was just explaining the not relatively new, but the changes that I've made in the focus toggle. I'll just flash it up real quick. I took a couple of suggestions from Mr. Rasby. I did not quite fully implement them, but it should be a bit more. It should be a bit more opaque and perhaps easier to tell that I'm actually locked in / not available, and I added a cool fire effect, so courtesy of the OBS shaders. Now, that said, here we're gonna die right on schedule to the Grafted Scion. Mr. Jason says you do like the locked in. It shows you're all fired up for a fight. Too true. Kill me. Thank you.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all. One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
This is gonna get tedious. I gotta get, I do have to get that particular command or hotkey fixed. Mr. Jason says, you do think that this site is pooping the bed more and more recently, good sir? Remember the failed to load module error that you mentioned the other day? It is now appearing on the video player and the top of the chat. It is not obstructing the video player, but it is directly in the center. Yeah, that kind of sounds like, Twitch is pretty, you know, soon to collapse. There's no way that it isn't. It's just, it's gonna go. I've given another 6 months, and I think it's gonna be gone. Hence why I'm streaming on Kick as a backup. YouTube, I have no idea when it's gonna hit the crapper, but it will hit it eventually. Discord's gonna do the same thing too. Especially with people already talking about Discord alternatives. I think we're witnessing the end of companies that were functionally profitable during the 2000s, and we're going to see a new era of, you know, pockets of internet infrastructure, I think is what we're going to see. That's what I think we're going to start to see. I'm sad by that, but at least me personally, you know, I'm gonna soldier on. I'm gonna press on. That's why we, you know, that's why I make the backup channels. That's why we begin moving stuff over in case, you know, Twitch does, you know, crap the bed. It's gonna do, you know, it'll do that. That sort of thing. So, I'm trying to think where in my notes I've written here we're gonna skip the tutorial, but the Reforged specific messages have this golden color to them. Face the challenges of the gilded cave of knowledge. There would have been blue phantoms here. Brave tarnished. Take the plunge of learning and remembrance. Recall the arts of war and your warrior's blood. Mr. Jason says, in that case, good sir, it might be worth discussing somewhere, although you don't know where. Alternative ways to keep in touch between myself, or yourself, myself, and Miss Carly, possibly. Now, we're gonna skip the tutorial. It's actually a really good idea to go down there if you're new. However, because of the particular constraints of the challenge, we actually need to just skip. We need to skip this, like, right now. No choice. Don't worry, we will come back. The things that are considered mandatory as far as the game is concerned, like, I have to do them as part of the run. Technically, the skip is, or the reason we skip now is because the tutorial is going to ask me to throw a fire pot. Technically, I am not allowed to do this. as per the hitless rules. The only consumables I'm allowed to use are healing items or things that make a noise. I'm allowed to make a noise with whatever I want, but I'm not allowed to just use them. So for example, you can make poison darts, poison bone darts. That's an item you can make. I would not be allowed to use that in the challenge at all. I would have to not use those items. I don't have to sell them. I'm just not allowed to use them. But the convention is if you don't need to use it or can't use it, sell it anyway. Get the runes out of it. Mr. Jason says, honestly, you love the TCC, but through it you find true friends. If the TCC continues, amazing, and if not, you're perfectly fine. Prior to 2015, you didn't have a Facebook or Twitter, and you gave them both up again. You found true friends, yeah. You didn't have a Facebook or Twitter and gave them both. You gave them both up again in 2024, 2025. I have to use these things for business. Like, that's part of the content creation game. You should, like, you're lucky that I should say you're lucky. You made a good choice in not doing that. A lot of us who do that are kind of choosing to interface with the internet as minimally as possible. It is slowly becoming Cyberpunk 2077, where being on the internet for any extended period of time will kill you. They say that a lot in Cyberpunk. Being on the internet is dangerous. It will kill you. It is slowly but surely becoming that, and I hate it. Rest sites. They function the same as in Elden Ring. However, there are new things that have been added, including event text. This might be related to the DLL I have added in. Let's see. Just look at this. This game comes with a lot of difficulties, or this mod comes with a lot of difficulties. 4 to start with, and you get 1 more. There are also other difficulties that we unlock as we play. Etc., etc. There's accessibility. Speaking of, I'm gonna take this for the express purpose of allowing us to have somewhat normal ad breaks. Normally, I'm not allowed to do that. Normally, I am not allowed to do that. And I won't be able to do that for the run. Probably. Mr. Jason says this is even glazing you now, but with some people, but you and Miss Carly especially, you've personally found all that really matters to you. I appreciate that, good sir. And the pause button does exactly what it says right on the tin, which I will probably put right here. Or actually, what I could do is... I remember having difficulty finding places for this as time passed. This might be one of those I function with one fewer summon in the entire game. Finger Severer will want that. No, I think we get a different item for what I'm thinking of, actually. Yeah, so this skips the tutorial. We just completely get the heck out of there. Something else is the perfect system, perfect attack, perfect dodge, perfect cast, and so on. We get little buffs if we time things right. If you notice, it's kind of hard for me to test this, but ducking is the easiest way I could show you. There's also an audio cue. It makes a distinct sound when I'm doing something frame perfect. Yeah, I get like an extra iframe or less stamina costs on these. It's great. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has 7 days to wait until the Pokemon presents. Oh, We're either going to learn about DLCs or the next mainline Pokemon, right? Is that what Pokemon Presents is? I forget. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has 8 days to wait until he has more funds. Ah. Understandable. And yes, okay, so you guys are gonna find out like what else is coming out of the Pokemon pipeline. Okay, let's step into the sun, my lovely senators. And see that we get small golden effigy, which is used for the PvP and for spirit summons. Mr. Jason says you're down to your last 10 pounds, aka a tenner in the UK. Ah. Okay, this is basic stuff. We don't need to discuss that.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless.
No maidens?
Without guidance, without the strength of runes.
No maidens.
Without an invitation to the round table hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity.
This NPC's a real hoot.
Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me. Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you, Tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, a path that a Tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave. Grace's guidance will reveal the path forward, most certainly, to Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff, the home of the decrepit demigod, Godric the Drafted. It's time you set off, I should think, to Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where Grace would guide you, if you seek the Elden Ring, maidenless as you are.
Mr. Jason says you're fine though, good sir. That is literally just your spare funds. You cover your board rent and contribute to bills prior to spare funds. Nice. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, for what that's worth. So this is White Mask Vare. He's the first NPC you meet in the game. He's cool. This guy spawned the no maidens meme. He refers to the Tarnished, that's the player character, as being maidenless. Yes, we know about the guidance of grace. Thank you, though, video game. I wonder if I need to do something or have stuff in the right places for that mod. Maybe I need to need the config mod somewhere. In every corner of the lands between, you will find fruit and flowers, mushrooms and butterflies, and various other useful materials. Anything with a Reforged symbol on it, I'll read. These things can be distilled into alchemics, substances, and amalgams in the crafting menu. Those distillations can then be used for item crafting. Resting in a site of grace or fast traveling will make most common material resources reappear. Mr. Jason says with Dark Souls, you do love that the Solaire of Astora amiibo figure just gets your character to praise the sun wherever you are. Wow, literally just... That's all the amiibo is just, gesture spam? That's... Oh my god, that's wild. I just can't believe that. Okay, there was some reason I wanted to... Oh, I don't need to do this right now. I need to actually turbo over here. Mr. Jason says that amiibo figure was Mr. Jason's last ever amiibo figure purchase, the 19th of October 2018. Ah! So upon finding out that is all that was, that is all that is just gesture spam, I could certainly see why you were turned off, among other things, of the amiibos. I would be too, now that I think on it. And we're going to be doing a lot of collecting. Also, unlike other projects I've worked on, I cannot do any off-screen stuff at all. It invalidates the run. Now, are we doing a run right now? No. We're routing. I could do that if I wanted to, but it kind of invalidates the routing too, because the whole point of doing this live is supposed to be to show everyone what I'm doing, more or less. Kind of defeats the purpose to do stuff off screen. It cheats the experience, and no one has any way to validate what I'm doing, which is important when you're doing challenge runs. You need externally verifiable ways of validating what you are doing. Fortunes. With the Oracle's effigy, you may choose your active fortune and divine new fortunes at a site of grace. Fortunes serve as character specializations and grant beneficial effects, which may also be accompanied by certain trade-offs. Only one fortune can be active at a time. 3 basic fortunes are available immediately. Divining a new common fortune will consume an Oracle's remedy, which may be found at martyr shrines around the world. It wasn't always like this. You bought them off merchants at first. Fortunes of greater rarities can also be discovered by exploration or by defeating certain foes. By doing an all-content run, I am essentially going to be doing all of that. Mr. Jason says you wish, good sir, but actually you quit because that amiibo figure was your 295th and 296th amiibo figure, and so you were approaching 300 and simply didn't have the room, and you are glad that you exited. The amiibo figures are prohibitively expensive now, even by Mr. Jason standards. Yeah, I could see that. It's like, what, 30 pounds? Maybe 30, 35 pounds for one? Yeah, that's a good chunk of the budget gone. Just on one dinky little thing that gets used sometimes. Yeah, we either discover fortunes through exploring or by defeating certain foes. Bold, wise, and cunning. We'll go ahead and also pick up this here. Smithing stone, which we don't want to use right now. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you purchased the Spyro Reignited trilogy on Steam as a gift for Miss Carly today. Nice! That's awesome. I think she's going to enjoy that. You know, albeit the humor might be a tad corny and maybe not always coded the best for women, I do think that the team responsible for the port did clean up a lot of the references, made them a bit friendlier to like hear and watch, but I know that was a concern in the original, like the original trilogy ports. That was a different time in gaming back then. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is going to enjoy that. Yes, because Miss Carly is going to troll herself with that game.
You're tarnished. I can see it, and I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Carly, purveyor of fine goods. I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer. You know, if you can spare the runes, you should buy yourself a crafting kit. A crafting kit allows you to make basic items on your own. Essential, really, if you intend to survive out here for any duration. The kit costs a bundle, and I admit I do take my cut. But the important thing is that you survive. Every customer counts, after all.
So here's the merchant. And we are going to be purchasing a lot of crafting cookbooks. We are not going to be purchasing this crafting kit, however. We're gonna
Goodbye for now.
we're gonna come back to him later when we've gotten a few necessary things. Mr. Jason is well aware of the flight levels, Mr. Jason says, right? Right? Yeah, not Spyro 1. Yeah, a lot of the flight levels were not great. They improved in 2, but they also got more complicated in 2 as well. So, yay for that. Now, the only thing left for us to do right now is to go get our mode of transportation. And, you know, try not to waste FP where we you know, as we're like attacking things or doing things. What's up, Mr. Jason? I'm pretty free to respond right now. The other thing while we're cooking a conversation here is that I am allowed the use of my bare fists. Regardless of what kind of run it is, I'm always allowed the use of my bare fists. But if possible, I try not to use anything other than spells. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Yes, Deathless Reforged. Specifically, Deathless Reforged with an X-only requirement on it. Like, and all content. I'm going as far in as I can. I have attempted a Deathless run before. I managed to get pretty close before Shadow of the Erdtree release, so I'm not a stranger to this. I'm just kind of taking a new approach to it. I'm glad you think it's interesting, though. A lot of people, when they play Reforged, they just play Reforged. They don't do anything else, which I think is fine. If all they're doing is like a mod showcase, that's totally fine. But I find that if you really want to spice up the, spice up the mod showcase, because Elden Ring Reforged at its core is vanilla, at its core, it attempts to keep the game the same holistically, which isn't always the most entertaining watch. So how do you make it more entertaining? You make it harder. How do you make it harder without actually cranking up the game difficulty to an unfair level? You force restrictions on yourself, which is what I'm doing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is very much looking forward to the most wonderful Miss Carly seeing the most well-known level. 2 words, treetops. Yay for treetops. Out of curiosity, Angie Philosopher, is Elden Ring Reforged a mod that you're familiar with? For Elden Ring? Is that something you've played before? I asked my audience this so that we, we can talk around spoilers or, navigate around discussion topics and et cetera, et cetera. I figured you were probably familiar, Angie Philosopher, based on your first statement, but, better to ask than assume. Mr. Jason says, you mean no matter what Mr. Coin plays, Mr. Jason is entertained? I appreciate that. Angie Philosopher says, if you got a question, ask. You'll try not to backseat. Very well. We are doing routing, so I've actually got some note-taking implements here, which I am actually more than happy to share with the class, aka my wonderful and loving audience. Yeah, so we're actually taking detailed notes, or we're going to try to take detailed notes the entire time, so that when we actually get ready to do a real, like a real run, everyone will know what I'm doing, and I can just point people out. Angie Philosopher says, yep, already read those. Awesome. Glad to hear it. So we're going to be going slow, so I do apologize for the glacial pace in the beginning. I'm also trying to, like, hit the spot of explaining Reforged. I'm not really explaining the base game that much, but I want to make sure I've explained Reforged to the best of my ability. Because a lot of my audience comes from The Legend of Zelda, like they're Nintendo fanboys. Not all of them are familiar with, speaking of, not all of them are familiar with the ins and outs of Reforged. I will read that in a hot moment, Mr. Jason. In the meantime,
greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid to the Tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless. I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree. Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
okay. So I'm going to catch up on all the messages now from the various apps. Yeah, I really will have to fix streamer.bot for Kick. That doesn't seem to be working quite right. Maybe there's an integration I need. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason found all 900 Korok seeds in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Mr. Jason found all 1,000 Korok seeds in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, but those Spiral the Dragon flight levels, Mr. Jason was immediately, F that, I'm out. Fair. Yeah. I persisted through it. I did 100%, or I could fully complete those games on my own. I'd love to show that to you guys. Not the completed files, but I would like to bring that type of thing to the channel. We already play action platformers as is anyway, so what's one more in the pile, right? Challenge run first. You guys voted on this. You voted to get to. You guys voted to empower me with playing something I want to play and something I wanted to do, and I want to make good on that. I want to thank you guys again for voting on this. Mr. Jason says you also missed a message. I think that covers the missed message, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, hold on. Mr. Jason says when you mentioned it to Miss Carly, she said, "How can it be more than 100%?" Ah. Little does she know. It'll be a treat to find out, honestly. Angie Philosopher says, going slow is exactly what you should do for a Reforged playthrough. Yes. Yes. Go slow, take your time, don't rush. Even though the game looks the same, and I'm not speaking to people that don't know this. I'm making conversation here. Even though it looks the same, all the subtleties will slowly start to bubble up to the surface as you continue playing. That's one of the really neat things about Reforged, is it doesn't like step on top of your experience and completely change how you play it. If you want that, go to the Convergence, which is also a great mod, I might add. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but if you are already from the challenge running scene, you may actually find Convergence to be a better fit for that sort of thing. A lot of the people that have developed resources for that particular mod just already develop with that in mind. Like Convergence is geared around that, whereas Reforged makes no such thing. You kind of have to make it conform somehow. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, you would love the trilogy here? I'll think about it. Feel free to put that as a suggestion in the Discord, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, I'll be right back, good sir. You'll be right back. Gonna check in with Bumblebubs. Take your time. Take your time. I want a Fortune of the Wise, and I very specifically want... I believe it is the Fortune of the Adherent. Yes. Fortune of the Adherent for the time being. By repeatedly casting incantations. This is what a fortune looks like for those that don't know. It offers a, like the tutorial for it said, the tutorial box, it offers a playstyle. The playstyle here is, I cast more spells at the same school and they do more damage, but eventually I hurt myself if I cast them too many times. So I need to like use a different school of incantation. Go ahead and read all this. There's a lot to read. So much to read, in fact, that I probably shouldn't read it all here. So instead, what I'm going to say is, if you guys type in !ERWiki if you're on Twitch, *ERWiki if you're on YouTube, and #ERWiki if you're on Kick, that should take you to the wiki page for Reforged that has been maintained by the community. All of this stuff and more is available to look at there. There's also a Discord, but I'm going to refrain from linking to that without express permission from Team Kernifer. Not going to do that. But you can quickly find it from the Nexus mods page, which I have available if you type in !ERR, excuse me, it's the only one that has 2 R's in it. Yes, I would like to consume a remedy to divine this, please. We're gonna equip this. I'm sorry, Angie Philosopher says now it's a public link, public Discord. Linking it is not a problem. I will see about getting that set up at a later date when I'm not streaming. For the record, just for anyone who's new here, is not familiar with my schedule, I stream 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have not yet finalized I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours instead of 4. I need to figure out where I want to make room for 2 more hours of challenge run, because with challenge runs, you need to be streaming a lot. You need to be streaming a lot of hours for a lot of playtime, and I just, I don't have the stuff set up for that yet, and I have not made enough room in my personal life for this yet. Okay, so now that we have that, let's put our friend Torrent here. Okay. Torrent controls exactly as you'd expect. Again, that's basic Elden Ring stuff. So now I'm going to come over to my note, and I'm going to... This should probably be under starting moves now that I think about it. Because while our build is kind of online, I would like to get a few more spells first. So our first point of order is going to be to go across Limgrave here, which is the area we start in, and we're going to head up to Liurnia. I have done this plenty of times. It's always a struggle, because this is right when we're at our weakest. I would say the mid-game, like toward Liurnia, Caelid, is when our build is sort of really strong, and then it kind of tapers off again later. That's how I would kind of describe fire spells only. The mid game is awesome, but you gotta struggle to get there first. Something that is unique to Elden Ring Reforged is the parallel upgrade system in the form of rune pieces. Rune pieces are... how do I word this? You collect a certain... They're collectible. You collect a certain number of them. I did not mean to go in this exact direction, but we should probably go back here. We should go back there. You can exchange a certain number of rune pieces and you can get a stat upgrade. The stat upgrades depend on the number of bosses you have, or the number of shard bearers you have killed, and whose runes you at least have in your inventory. Quickly, let's sit back down. Yes, and I do want to go out of my way to collect all these maps. So what I actually want to do is come back over here, because I'm going to show you guys a skip I like to use a lot. It saves me from having to go into the...
May I have a word?
Sure, Miss Thing. Absolutely. The skip will save you guys from going through Gatefront, which I will have to type that in under my notes now. 1 second. Like I said, I'm really trying to take detailed notes. I did have a previous route sheet. I've made a new one. My previous route sheet, I would say the core fundamentals are still correct, but the orders of things have changed.
Pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished.
The stat breakpoints are different, and so on.
And upon looking into the matter, the talk I surmise is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
Yes, I can.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
We're going to make use of the Spirit Calling Bell a lot. Because I've double-checked and triple-checked the hitless rules. Unless something has changed, you're allowed to use summons. You're absolutely allowed to use all that stuff.
'Tis a bell calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly. As they recall battles past, now it is thine. To do with as thou wishest.
Out of curiosity, Angie Philosopher, or anyone else who's, played through Reforged, or watch people, play this stuff, has anyone else done a Deathless? Or actually done a streamed or recorded instance of Deathless Reforged? I know I've done it myself over the years, but I'm just curious if there are other people out there that do this, because I don't want to say I don't think there is. I want to say I don't know if anyone else is.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
Angie Philosopher says, haven't ever seen Deathless Reforged. Okay, then I think I'm in luck. I found a way to strike it out on my own and kind of be a unique individual, which is good. In the land of content creation, being unique is good, generally speaking. So I'm glad to see you type that, for what that's worth. All right. So here's the skip. It's not like an unknown skip or anything. This is just this is what I use to get up there. Anki Philosopher, regarding challenge runs, you know of one person who has done R11 and is currently suffering through the DLC. I'm gonna hate that. I have not played the DLC before. I've watched the DLC. I kind of know some things about it, but I've not played it before, and so I'm gonna play it in the process of routing it. There are a couple bosses in there that look fun, in air quotes, and I do mean the air quotes. Gonna come over here, gonna grab this green piece, and then we're gonna hop up here. Kind of have to seam walk the mountain a bit, but you can eventually work your way around. And we can end up with some pretty neat little goodies to help us out during the first boss that we're gonna have to traipse past to get our stuff. Yeah, how are they suffering through it? Are they you know, are they cursing God? Are they demanding an end to existence? Is it that painful, or is it more of a they're gritting their teeth and, you know, soldiering on through it? That type of thing. Just curious. Just gonna add a charge to that and talk to you.
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Earth Tree. This light once shone in the eyes of your tarnished brethren, but now it is all that guides you. Also, I hear you can see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden. Upon the cliff in Castle Stormvale is a shard-bearer, a demigod, who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden Ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring. Upon the cliff in Castle Stormvale is a shard-bearer, a demigod, who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden Ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring. Upon the cliff, a demigod. If the rays in the Elden as an ally, I pray to face the...
Okay, Melina. Not particularly sure why that is happening, but it is. Angie Philosopher says, Reforged balances a lot of things, so there's no overpowered builds like in vanilla that alleviates the damage issue. If you Reforged, all your fights in late game will take ages if you're level 1. Oh, wait. RL1. That's rune level 1. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that's awful. I read that as, like, R11, which wasn't right. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thanks for sitting through that, everybody. It's the part of content creation I don't like, but it's gotta get done. We do take commercial breaks around here that at the top of every IRL hour. So in about 3.5 minutes should be when the next commercial break shows up. I highly encourage, well, I should say, across from where my head is in the upper left-hand corner, when that time comes will be the timer. It'll read 3 minutes. During that time, I'll get up, the ads will play, and I'll be getting a stretch. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. This is the only time I play ads other than if I've got to step away from my desk for like 30 seconds or something. It's the only time I have to do that. Or the only 2 times I do that. Sorry, my brain just broke mid-transition there. Right, I should just read the message. That's what broke the transition there. Mr. Jason says you're back temporarily, good sir. As per usual, you're just throwing suggestions at the honey-covered wall, considering that Bumblebubs is Queen of the Bees, and you kind of remember Sheba's title of Chief Justiciar, and so you said, but you were thinking that we should have a Supreme Bee Court, and maybe the Chief Justice Bee, or if we want to be more fancy, Chief Justiciar Bee. You also said, Mr. Jason goes on to say, the Chief Justiciar Bee does make sense for you, considering that you hold Administrator and Lead Moderator as well. My goodness. Monkey Funk 4D, my fine internet friend. It has been a while since I've seen you. I wish I could come by around on the streams. How are you doing? I do not know why the Firebot overlay is having difficulty at the moment, but thank you so much for the raid, good sir. You're about 2 minutes. Mr. Monkey Funk says Deathless run. Craziness, right? It's not a run. It is a run. I am routing for a run. It is not a run yet. We're doing all the note taking so that when the real routing is done, we can continue the run. Mr. Monkey Funk says, hey, Quinstamp, how goes the routing so far? It goes. It's, you know, it's a slow start, but we're hanging in there. Let me do a solid favor here and let me do this. I need to snooze that before bad things happen. Mr. Monkey Funk says it's fair. Is it going to be all bosses or just the major ones? All content. Not even just all bosses. All content. Which means anything that could count as a major roadblock or obstacle gets thrown in under the list. So not only bosses, but all of the enemy encampments that are specific to Reforged count as a separate instance of needing to deal with it deathless. And all NPC invaders or NPC characters such as Ensha or Albrecht the Mad, or the Mad-Tongued. also count under this. I'm kind of starting over with my charts and everything. Mr. Monkey Funk says, oh really, that is quite the challenge to add in the smaller encounters too. But I think it'll have spiced things up significantly from how I did this last time. Monkey Funk, how goes the stream? Since Firebot is not wanting to do the shoutout command at the moment, let me do the manual one on Twitch. Monkey Funk 4D says, we were playing the Pirate Yakuza game. Stream was good though? Nice. Nice. Is that the new one? Oh, and you finally started tackling the main story? Fantastic. Isn't that how it always goes when you're wanting to show off everything or show off a lot of things, like the side quests? Yeah, you could be stuck there a while. Pirate Yakuza sounds good though. For those of you coming in, Monkey Funk's wonderful raiders, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. Pretty easy to say. It's like the change in your pocket. I am an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. ARPGs, CRPGs, FRPGs even, although I have not played the FRPG yet, JRPG, and so on. If you guys like that sort of stuff, you'll like the channel. Also, you know, I'm in my challenge running era. I do on and off again challenge runs in Soulsborne content, such as Dark Souls 3, which was where my more historic runs take place. But I've also challenge run stuff in Elden Ring as well, specifically Reforged. I did a Deathless run years ago, and while I did not finish, I was within one boss of finishing before the DLC dropped. Monkey Funk 4D says the newest one is Kiwami 3. But you have no intention of playing that one at the moment? Expensive, don't want to purchase it, some other reason, just curious. And while that conversation is cooking. So, if you guys don't know what Elden Ring Reforged is, Elden Ring Reforged is a mod of Elden Ring. It rebalances a lot of stuff in Elden Ring. Some of it is brand new custom spells or mechanics. Other parts are just subtle tweaks to how certain systems work. There are way too many changes for me to list. So instead what I'm going to have you guys do is I'm going to go ahead and demo the command now on Twitch. That wiki site details most, if not everything, but the mod is available on Nexus Mods, and a Google search will take you right to it usually. And there are change logs on that site as well. So if you want to read the change log for yourself and not have the wiki kind of like feed it to you in a different manner, that's also available. Mr. Monkey Funk says, controversies, plural, with the game, mostly. You've also already played the OG Yakuza 3 within the last couple of years? Controversies, huh? Are we talking like AI controversy, or are we talking typical controversies? You know, cutting of production staff, or the CEO puts their foot in their mouth, or, you know, workers are striking, that kind of thing. I'm not trying to ask for specifics you don't have. I'm just curious if you know anything. If not, that's cool. I'll definitely look it up, because I am curious. Yakuza is usually a controversy-free series, to my knowledge. Usually. When we're done cooking the conversation, and or in a couple of minutes, I will run the commercial breaks. I do need to get that out of the way, but I figured I would stymie those for a few minutes while I welcomed in you and your lovely audience, Mr. Monkey Funk. For what it's worth, if I don't get to say this again, I do thank you for stopping by. I've just been so busy. Maybe I'll stop by your stream sometime and I'll talk more about that. I do think that's I do think I should say something in that regard. Mr. Monkey Funk says Sex Pest was hired as a voice actor. Yuck. Oh, many unnecessary changes to the characters and to the story, especially the ending. Gross. We hate that around here. At least I do. Ugh, yucky. Awful. I'm sorry that happened. That's probably despoiled what was otherwise probably a fun series to play through. I hope that's all it tainted as well, was like just that game in specific. Can't anything in this world be normal for 5 seconds? Not even 5 seconds, I guess. At least 2 seconds. I would like 2 seconds where something isn't combusting into open flame, or another wicked soul is revealed to us. I'd like to go that long. Sorry, doing a bit of venting there. Alright, Roderica, talk to me.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Which is quite a lark when you think about it.
I didn't mean to skip text there. Mr. Monkey Funk says, yeah, and their excuse for it was the character was a bad guy, so they wanted to hire someone who has controversy. I'm sorry, what did I just read? It's not on you. That's on them. What?
It's just asinine.
Oh, give it a rest.
Yuck. I mean, we've had nicer people play more foul characters. Come on. I hate this timeline. I hate it so much. Monkey Funk 4D says it's crazy, almost like acting maybe should be used instead. Yes! Don't actually get someone with a checkered past. Or the checkered, you can't specifically go and hire someone because the checkered past would be helpful, right? I have nothing against people who, you know, have come out of controversy as a better person. Like, I don't have a problem with that, but it shouldn't be flavor of the day. I don't know how to word it subtly enough in corpo jargon to make that make sense. But if someone happens to have a controversy and they've grown from it and they've paid their dues for it, as you've just said there, I'm going to borrow that wording, that's fine. They've paid their due and they correct it. Yes, I'm fine with that. If they're just an unremittent, you know, sex pest, no. No, absolutely not. Angie Philosopher says controversy is publicity too, I suppose. Yes. And I do know that the Yakuza games sell well in some markets and they don't sell well in others. So, like, the funding is kind of always spotty for them. So I get it, but that's kind of like Pokimane talking about being too poor to buy her junk off of, like, her, like, I don't want to say junk, her food items that she was peddling, or something similar. The controversy doesn't make it sell better. It just makes it more, more notable. And thus, people will know to watch out for it instead, ideally. Or, you know, there will be people that spite buy, which is what happened with, what was that game? Key Games made it. It's the Hogwarts series. It's the attempt at that type of game. I'm forgetting the name already, but yeah. Controversy does not equal. It either equals not selling well and notable for all the wrong reasons, or it equals people spite buying. Hogwarts Legacy. Thank you, Mr. Monkey Funk 4D. Could not think of it. I almost succeeded in etching that name out of my brain, but I needed it. Yes, Hogwarts Legacy, and if rumors are to be believed, the second one, when that gets ready to come down the pipeline. Yeah, people are either going to buy the game for... they're either going to buy the game out of spite, or they're going to say something to spite it for its rightfully, like, saucy controversies that sit on the outside of the game. I could keep chatting about this forever, but we do have to take the commercial break at some point, so I am going to go ahead and take that. I'm going to go ahead and get that started. These last for 3 minutes. Again, I highly encourage everyone to get up and take a stretch break, or do something to make the time pass by faster. All of my ad breaks are scripted. They follow a structure. So, once that's done, the next one will happen at around 4 p.m. in like another 50 or so minutes. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You've been a wonderful audience today so far. And I will read all of the messages when I come back. Promise. See you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I really am going to have to fix those timers. They shouldn't be triggering until an ad has shown up. Let me catch up on all of our wonderful chatters. I will start with the green app first. Okay, no one there. Nothing on the red app. Now for purple. Let's see, let me scroll back. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, you're very intrigued with Bumblebubs' community and channel, good sir. It is such a rarity that you take such an invested interest that Bumblebubs was literally the first one. Understandable. I mean, if you're enjoying it, that's the important part. Mr. Monkey Funk says, gotta grab something to eat, so you'll take the opportunity to do so. Enjoy the Elden Ring. Thank you, good sir. And do take your time. Yeah, this probably goes without saying, but if folks that come in and raid have to like cut and run, don't feel obligated to stay, you know, just say, hey, I gotta go do something, you know, I hope I'll jump back in when I can later, or I need to lurk, or, you know, exclamation mark lurk, or something along those lines. That is totally fine. I do that all the time when I raid people out. I'll often have to like say something and then cut and run. Mr. Jason says, Bumblebubs is pleased because she has, of course, seen your entire operations. Yes, sir. She's putting her trust in the best, is what I'll say about that.
You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle, enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven. Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you? The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one.
Mr. Jason says, you're only the best because you hire the best, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. And Miss Carly. I appreciate that.
It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
Mr. Jason says you did that they did receive some confirmation. Oh, that you did receive confirmation, good sir. What's that? What confirmation did you get? You know, provided it is not of a sensitive nature, of course.
It was a pleasure to see you.
Okay. Alright, let's see if I remember the name. I believe it is a Fallen Sentinel or Fallen Sentry, but I could be incorrect about that. Oh, also I need to adjust the flasks correctly. Mr. Jason says, Miss Carly shall return to President once her situation improves, and you said you're welcome anytime. Understandable. Understandable. It is here. I would like at least 3 health flasks. Later on, we won't need 3. Well, we can dip to like 2 and be okay. But right now, in the early game, we need a lot of health. We need health. And I am letting the dialogue play out. Normally I would be button mashing all over the place to skip it, but it's the routing. I do think people should see it if they haven't seen it.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, if you are to deliver on your promises, You shall be back and forth between me and Bubblebubs. Do whatever you gotta do, good sir.
Bless you. Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half-crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
Angie Philosopher says, there's a guy there. There is a guy. You know what we're gonna go do with that guy? We're gonna go beat him up. That's what we're gonna go do. Here we come. Well, I was gonna get real cute and dodge, but I probably should not do that. I walked into it and then didn't tap fast enough. Okay. Okay, I believe that was the... Fallen Cavalry. That's its name. Okay, let me add that to the list. Okay, so now that I know... No, I should type a few more bosses before I adjust the size of that. And that is all vanilla stuff, so no reason to read that. That was spooky. I had to, like, use my fist a couple of times to just make sure that, I wasn't gonna start burning myself until I had no choice. The cleric, or adherent's, fortune's kind of dangerous to play with. It truly is. Okay, let me go around this way, and I do hear something over there, but I'm a little bit too burnt on resources to bother with that right now. So instead, this is very much just power through and get out of my way. This is very much just power through and get to the next grace site quick. Once we do what we got to do at the encampment, at the particular encampment I'm talking about or have referred to multiple times, will be good to actually just start going through and clearing bosses, you know, normally. But we gotta wait until then. I'll also put up a vote item to start next Monday for my Discord server. We do vote on things on my channel. I do want you guys to pick out the next flavor of challenge run. I'm limiting it to magic because magic is what I'm versed in. Magic is what I know how to play. Or casting spells is what I know how to play, to be more specific. But we have 4 other fine flavors. We have actual magic, we have holy,
Forgive me. I've been testing you.
lightning, and
to
physical. We have
determine
4
if the
other
Elden
flavors
Ring
to work with,
truly had
which
you.
means there's plenty
If you
there
had the metal
for people
to
to
endure this long
vote for.
and
I'll even
arduous
put
path.
I'll
It
even
seems
put
my
up
worries were
samples
unfounded.
of some reference
Torrent
spells,
had your
so
measure
you
from
guys
the
know
very
what you're
start,
voting for when you go to
whereas
vote
I
for that
merely
package.
pretended.
If you guys
There
want
is
to
but
join
one
my
other
Discord
thing
server, which I
I can
work
do
pretty
but
darn
offer you
hard on,
guidance.
and
I can
it's
take
got
you
a
to
bunch
the
of
Round Table Hall,
useful stuff in it, I
gathering
will.
place
I
of
believe it also has
tarnished
the
champions,
command inputs as well.
guided
For
by
whichever
grace.
platform you use. I'll go ahead and put out the bolos for that right now. There we go. I forgot that I don't have a mod specific version of that command. We'd love to have you. We post all kinds of pictures in there. We chat sometimes. It's a pretty quiet place, but I am looking to cultivate the server one heart and one mind at a time. Of course, you know, I say this on the heels of
Very well.
I know about
Let my
the
hand rest upon you.
people uploading. Ah, feel that wonderful rain. You feel it? It's the presence of more raiders. Welcome on in, Bumblebubs and wonderful raiders. Good to see everyone. Hopefully you guys are doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a fine time. We are doing routing. We're doing some routing for Elden Ring Reforged, a mod of Elden Ring. It reworks a lot of stuff about Elden Ring. And if you like mods of Elden Ring, you'll enjoy this one. Elden Ring Reforged is a lot of fun, and I've had a lot of fun with it over the years. When I was doing my first iteration of a Deathless run with it at that time. If you guys want more information, feel free to type in !ERR or ERWiki into the Twitch chat, and you will love... you will have some nice hyperlinks to resources and other stuff. But how was your stream, Bumblebubs? What were you playing? How was it? Of course, if you do have to cut and run, you need to go do something else. That's also totally fine. As is often the case when people raid, they often have to leave. That is totally fine. In that case, I will keep your wonderful audience company. As promised. Welcome on in to Sinful Seraph, Crayon Snail, and me, Jedi Master. Good to see all three of you. Hopefully you're all doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you all enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin likes his mods, and his mods feel the same way. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason, and I do feel the same way. Wonderful emotes. Wonderful emotes from Sinful Seraph and Crayon Snail. Fantastic stuff. I might need to put a global command or global cooldown on that. And Sinful Seraph says she was playing Animal Crossing. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. What was she doing? Anything particular in there, or just kind of like doing the dailies, so to speak, as in, you know, plucking weeds, moving stuff about on the island, that kind of thing. Like, small, repeatable tasks. Crayon Snail says you'll stay for a bit. I'd love to have you. I'm grateful to have you for any length of time, Crayon Snail. For those that don't know me, my name is Coin Stamp. Most people call me Coin. It should be pretty easy to remember. As, you know, it's like the change in your pocket. If you have some lying around, maybe you'll think of me. I will read the statements in a second, Mr. Jason. I am an action, adventure, and RPG enthusiast. RPGs of all stripes. ARPGs, CRPGs, FRPGs, JRPGs, all kinds of RPGs. If you guys like that type of stuff, you'll like the channel. Or I do also, I am currently on my challenge running arc in Elden Ring. I have ran both Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3, so I do have a history with this type of thing. I tend to play magic-based deathless and hitless runs. So if you like that type of, the tension between those two different things, you'll like my channel. And I also have Mr. Jason here, who is both my head moderator and doubles as my, you know, my comedian. I'm his straight man, and he's my comedian. So if you guys like jokes and puns, I have a counter underneath my camera for that sort of thing. It resets weekly. Mr. Jason fills it up real good sometimes, and other people too. Sometimes not so much. Just kind of depends. That said, if you guys like that whole package, I think you'll enjoy the channel. Let me go back and catch up on messages, because I know I was getting prodded to go read those. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin, I rated too. Kappa, did you see what I said before the raid, good sir? Maybe not. Let's look. Mr. Jason says, as a troll level creator, you predict a raid. I kind of know why you were able to say that, Mr. Jason, but I'll let it be our little secret. How about that? Mr. Jason says, and I'm your boss in certain contexts. Yes, and that title is swappable, I might add. So let me kind of just take you through the walkthrough of, walking through the game. Right now we're in Roundtable Hold, and there's lots of cool stuff here at Roundtable Hold. Some of which we're ready to engage with right now, and other parts of it we are not ready to engage with quite yet. Speaking of, we need every runic piece we can get. Mr. Jason says, absolutely, and at the end of the day, good sir, end of the day, both is just mutual respect, good sir. Of course.
Oh, this is a rare occasion.
One of my favorites right here.
The last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard. Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer. There's nothing left to say. Be at your leisure.
Just remember.
Find the Albinoric woman.
That's all there is to say about this man. This is the meme.
Find the Albinoric woman.
We'll get to see where that quote comes from later. That lovely little bit of soundboard. I do have channel point rewards. As you guys watch, you will undoubtedly accrue some. Do feel free to look and peruse through them. I have all of them color-coded. Anything in blue is a check-in. Anything in pink is a press it and make funny noise or put out a, soundboard item. Anything in purple is, either ask me to do something. There are a few channel point rewards I have retired for the express purpose of the challenge run, and I will put out an announcement on the Discord about that. But most of the others should still be there, available for people to use. And finally, the ones color-coded in black are the Twitch default. Those are the ones every streamer has access to, that every streamer has. Because all streamers have channel points, even if they are not labeled. Even if there's nothing else fancy about them, you always have the default redemptions. Mr. Jason says, my favorite check-in is the one that the amazing Mr. Rasby requested that is personally for you, that anyone can use. Indeed. Indeed. Why don't we go rest and kind of take the tour / get some stuff. Maybe get some rune pieces in the meantime. There's at least a couple of rune pieces you can get while you're here. Let me see if I can't stumble into them correctly. I've played this section enough times from memory that I kind of know where they are. It's just a matter of doing the hard work and finding them. It's kind of it'll be, I'm kind of like getting some muscle memory back. So I'm going to kind of be looking for, I'm going to be repeating certain things because I still have not developed the muscle memory back properly yet, is what that boils down to. I know there's one in here. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Indeed, though, good sir. In certain contexts, I am your boss, and you couldn't have asked for a more wonderful one. And in some contexts, you're mine. But with yours, at least, it is an entirely expansive network of amazing people that we assist. yours is a collaboration. Too true, good sir. Too true. Speaking of which, let's go talk to Mommy. My favorite character in Elden Ring, right here. Mama Fia. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is a
Oh, give it a rest.
that is a certified give it a rest moment. No, I'm not referring to her in the risque sense either. I do genuinely mean Mommy when I say that.
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Balderkin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act.
Welcome on in, Aelin. You came in at a perfect time. Aelin said, or before I say that, good, hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Aelin says, me immediately hearing, let's go talk to Mommy is insane. Yes. Sorry, I was having a little bit of fun with that. This is Fia. She is my favorite character in Elden Ring, hands down. Move over, four-arm, blue-skinned, fair maiden, and give me the Maiden of Death.
Entry. Grant me suck.
But yeah, you've come in on the start of something new, a routing series for Elden Ring Reforged. I am kickstarting my challenge running arc again, and I need to get off my training wheels, and that is what the routing is training wheels. I gotta go through the training wheel phase in order to do anything real and sincere. Hopefully things are going smoothly for you. Mr. Jason says, and you are wholly honored to have the hallowed halls as a part of the expansive network, good sir. I'm glad to hear it. Yes, thank you for the redemption, Mr. Aelin. Much appreciated. Mr. Jason says, with each stream, we consistently find more words and or phrases that summon Aelin in. I love it. I don't think I want that to be a turn of phrase that, you know, invokes Aelin to appear. I don't think let's go talk to Mommy is something I want, it is not something I particularly want immortalized in that way. Things are about to not exactly get worse, but, well, I want the blessing. I want Mommy's blessing.
My thanks, great champion.
We actually give her a bona fide hug. It's just a very endearing thing. Like I said, mommy hug, not sexual. Mommy hug.
Very warm.
Aelin says, you want it? I mean, that's fair. I'm not sure I want it, though. The content creator has to think about ratings. Who am I kidding? I already ruined the rating by saying let's go talk to Mommy. I'm jesting. I'm teasing. Balderkin's blessing.
What you felt light up inside you was a Balderkin's blessing.
Angie Philosopher says her blessing increases max equip load now. Yep.
Should you require another,
There's actually reason to have it.
take you in my arms as often as you need.
I am not particularly sure I need Mommy's blessing right now, but, well, I'll read it. I mean, I'll at least read the new parts. There are new parts. I sure hope this was something that was spelled out in the items tooltip. This thing is normally a drain. You never want it on you. But the Balderkin's blessing does a few things. It's an underrated item. I believe it's this one. Favored bestowed by a deathbed companion. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. Uses FP to temporarily boost poise. That's your ability to get blown over when you get struck or knocked down when you're struck. while held in inventory, passively increases equip load while decreasing maximum HP. So it did update the item description. Good. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death, there is only peace. For in death, there can be no sensation. Ah, well, doesn't that just chill the bones, I suppose? Like I said, I need the health more than I need Mama's blessing right now, so it is out of here. But if I actually need it, I know where to find it. And she will be available for a long time.
You're a new face. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
What about the chains on your legs?
So you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the holes. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it. No, don't read too much into it. I've no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Even time. Technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget. The sheer terror of her.
I also like Hugh. Smithing Master Hugh is also one of my favorites. He starts out cold and he warms up to you later, like a lot later as you continue to play the game and get stronger, which I think is really cool. Okay, but you are not of much use to me right now, buddy. Right now, all that I am here to do is pick up some rune pieces. That is it. We really cannot interface with much right now. I do want one spell while we're here. I know I should be leveling up Arcane. Well, speaking of which, this is a good time to mention this, just for those that have not been here before or not familiar with, you know, challenge runs or routing of this sort. I always like to give you guys notes and information. If you guys type in ! As soon as I remember, I do not have the command internalized yet. ! ER path. All lowercase, all one word, ER path. You guys will get access to my routing sheet. It has commenting privileges on it. So you guys can find a piece of text and highlight it if you want. I do reserve the right to delete comments, but I opened it up to the community last time as a way for us to kind of like take notes together if we want to do that. But you guys do not have to do anything. You can just look at it. You guys can actually see me update the notes in real time if you want. This is usually one of the things that separates me from not a lot of, but significantly more challenge runners than you might think. So if you like reading community notes, that might be a reason to stick around for the routing. And this is a new list that I'm running. It's sparse and will get more detailed later. All right, Corin, talk to me.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the two fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
Maybe.
You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two-finger?
I didn't mean to press that. But, yep, we're gonna be getting a single... We're gonna get two incants here. Urgent Heal and Cure Poison. This is Deathless. This is not Hitless. Healing is fine. I'm allowed to use those things. The thing is whatever I use to kill bosses has to be a fire spell. I have to hurt them with fire spells. But I am allowed to use some other stuff. Buffs or that kind of thing. Hitless, bit different. If I were to ever upgrade this to a hitless run, I would not be able to do that. Anki Philosopher says, or fist them. Too true. Too true wears it. Make of that what you will, ladies, gents, and non-binary people. Yes, I can always use my fists in a run like that. No, we're talking about being unarmed, Aelin. We're joking about being unarmed, which would be fists. It's just a nice double entendre. Okay, let's level up. I actually need Arcane to be 19 right now. That's the first thing we gotta get done. Which means our power level isn't going anywhere for a little while. Mr. Jason says you missed one Mr. Jason message. Let me take a look. Mr. Jason says most blacksmiths eventually get charged with the crime of forgery. Too true. They do in fact get charged with the crime of forgery. In fact, they're even asked and paid to do it. But we got... Speaking of forging, we have to forge ahead on our own path. So my next goal is to get to the Thief Taker encampment, because we need to get the Fire Monk Prayer Book and the Fire Monk set. We're gonna need that to help ourselves out later. It's also considered my heavier armor that I wear when I'm wanting to fight bosses and stuff. There are other armor sets way later that I would actually prefer to be wearing, but the Fire Monk set is a nice, good medium weight set for future fights.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
For you, my bald bearded friend, absolutely.
Well, bless you, bless you.
I will not tolerate top slander around here.
My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries as promised.
Excuse me, Taupe.
None of them are particularly great.
I will not tolerate Taupe slander. He's another one of my favorites. I like him a lot.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. Oh, right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. That's the part of content creation I don't like. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. So I came up with the automation to make sure A, I don't gaff it up, and B, I waste as little of people's time as possible with that type of thing. I do hope it isn't too off-putting. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. It beats back the pre-roll ads, if nothing else. That will be coming up in about 3.5 minutes from now. When that happens, when that time comes, right across from me on the opposite side, top left corner of your screen will be a timer. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I'll get up, the ads will play, and we'll come out, I'll go and get a stretch. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. It'll make the time pass by faster, but spend the time however you like. Once that timer does, however, read 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick back up with the gaming for today. Do note that the change in schedule has not happened yet. I'm not streaming 6 hours yet. I need to reconfigure things before that happens. But we will eventually be streaming like a couple of hours longer. I just have not decided which direction yet. Earlier or later. Let me do a quick check between the apps. Okay. Let's see. I checked that. Mr. Jason says he will also tolerate no slander either. For that is Mr. Jason. Yeah, that is his alias as my Discord mod. All of my Discord mods have a slight Elden Ring theme to them. I ask if they are willing to do that.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the academy. Find yourself without one, you'll never...
Sure. Sure, my fine bearded friend, absolutely. Okay. Let's make the progress we can make, shall we? We're rushing through this initial section, but I promise we will slow back down and get the... we'll start killing bosses. And thank you. Yes, if people do want to come join my hallowed halls, there is my Discord server, as Mr. Jason has been very kind enough to link. Do feel free to click on it, or don't. I'm no one's parents. But I'd love to have you there. Lots of stuff, or relatively lots of stuff happens on the Discord. There's almost always at least some message like happening. Okay, so the Thief Taker encampment is this way, if I remember right. Oh, and I'll see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me catch up on chat. I hope everyone had a decent commercial break. You know, I know no one cares about ads. I totally get that. But I do hope that people found something they wanted to do for the break. Or, you know, they were waiting for it to end. I've heard that said a couple of times in my streams, so I know that's a sentiment people have. Mr. Jason says if you want hallowed halls, join Mr. Coin's Discord. If you want hallowed halls and a whole lot of offices, Mr. Jason's Discord is the place to be. Too true. The TCC, right? Mr. Jason says you're pretty excited, Mr. Coin. Last week was an official Mango Miso stream week. That is an ongoing joke between you and Mango because she does different work shifts each week, and you're only able to attend 2 weeks a month because of her being in Australia and time zones and all that. She even laughs and says, I love how you don't acknowledge that you stream other weeks just because you're not there. So she knows Mr. Jason well. And you're a lead moderator for Mango Miso too. But yes, her next official stream week is surprisingly next week. It has come around again so quickly, Mr. Jason says. Welcome back, says Mr. Jason. Thank you, thank you. Alan says, joke's on you, I'm in both. Too true, good sir. Too true. Okay, yep, we're good here. Let's get to configuring our spells now that we actually have different spells to use. I explicitly bought this spell with the purpose of being able to offset our little debuff we get for casting the same spell over and over. Alan says, oh, you're singing the national anthem at a hockey game tomorrow? Nice. Are you nervous? Not... I would think most people are nervous. I mean more like uncomfortably nervous. Just curious. Alan says, no, not nervous? That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, for what that's worth. Are you excited, then, to be singing at a hockey game? Okay, yep, right now, my only interest is to make it to this encampment and, and do the thing. Alan says you're getting $50 and a free seat. All right, that's awesome. That is awesome. I hope you enjoy the hockey game for what that's worth. I really do. Those are hard to find seats. Mr. Jason says, as long as you don't puck up the song. Wow, that was a really apropos sentence. My God, puck up the song. That is, I don't know whether to call it corny or funny or both. I think it's both. It's like you're so taken aback. I'm so taken aback. I don't know how I would properly class that particular joke. But yes, I do in fact see what you did there. I hope other people also saw what you did there and enjoyed it. For what that's worth. Like I said, we have a long-standing comedian. My head moderator doubles as the extra entertainment. I can't joke. I'm a bit too stiff-lipped for that. But I can be the straight man in a joke. I can do that. Or if I do joke, you know, it's very obvious that I'm bad at it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw up the focus overlay because as soon as I do this, I'm not gonna be able to look at chat for even 5 seconds. So here comes the overlay now. Enemy camps can be found throughout the lands between. This has an emblem on it, so I'm reading it. Defeat all of the red-eyed camp guardians to unlock the chest and claim the camp's treasure. Combat with a camp guardian will disable torrent and increase the attentiveness of other enemies in the camp. Camp guardians will revert to regular enemies once the camp has been cleared. At the Round Table Hold, Smithing Master Hugh may kindle ashes of war, restoring them to their gloried past. In the Ash of War kindling menu, you may spend lost ashes to duplicate an Ash of War you've already acquired, granting it a random affix of a random rarity. Enkindled affixes impart unique effects upon the weapon, one for each tier of rarity. Enkindled ashes of legendary rarity may be applied to somber smithing stone weapons. Mr. Jason says, GG, Mr. Coin, a truly heated fight. Indeed. You're heading off early today, though, as you're tired and want a nice cup of tea before it's too late. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. Much appreciated. Good sir. Do enjoy your rest and a cup of tea. It was good to see you. Hopefully, I do see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I do not see you again, you know, have a nice weekend. Because today is Friday. Have a nice weekend. Do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Angie Philosopher says, GG's against those pretty fire-resistant enemies. It might just be better to punch them to death. I couldn't do it. I tried. I have tried. So Jason says, yeah, you won't see me again, good sir. Oh. Until the office opens tomorrow. Okay, too true. Too true. I'll see you in the office tomorrow. Barefisted Reforged is far from as abysmal in vanilla. Yeah, that's true. My issue is not the damage number, Angie Philosopher. It's my skill. It's a skill issue. As I do say quite a bit in challenge runs. It's a skill issue for me. So I just deal with the resistance. Not much else to say. Okay, so this was the Thief Taker encampment. Let me go ahead and log that down. And also, do I have the location of this being labeled? I do not. Best I can tell, this is like east of Stormvale Castle, so that's what I'll write. Okay, I'm gonna shift around a display for a second. Oh, that's a bit too unwieldy. I need to think about how better to like label or write that. Okay. For now, that's okay. I'm probably trying to convey too much information with the few columns I have. I wish there were a way to... Oh, is there a way to add tabs? No, that's not what I want to do. This is an example of being constrained by the hit counter manager. I might need to figure out some other things. I've used the hit counter manager for a while to track these types of things, and it has gotten better, but it isn't really customizable in a user-friendly way. You kind of have to really know what you're doing, and I do not know what I'm doing with Lua or like script well enough for that. I just don't. My single solitary semester of computer programming did not give me, as a minor I might add, did not give me the necessary tools to know how to navigate that type of thing. Yay! Now, are there other enemies? Yeah, see, it's not over. It's not over. We still are not done with this yet. The real test is the sword user right here, because the chest ain't open until that happens. You gonna bother casting a spell at me, or are you gonna do this all the time? Ow. Gosh. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Don't, let the door hit you on the way out. Oh, okay. Regular enemy, becomes a jump scare in the early sections of the game. That is item number 1 that we were looking for. What about item number 2? The flame blade, I don't care about that. And the sets. We are now wearing these. We now get to wear a full set of armor. I will note that the starter armor does not usually do something. There are armor set bonuses in Elden Ring Reforged, which is really, really cool. It's nice to see this type of thing exist in the space instead of being a half-hearted inclusion like what tends to be the case in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. This is nice. We're not using any monk incants, but this does give us better defense, which is always nice. It's always nice against early enemies until we don't need it anymore, or we get the items we're supposed to have. Angie Philosopher says, do you know that catalysts have heavy attacks? Yes. Those don't cost any FP, but still regen some on hit. Not that you'd be allowed to use Finger Seal Heavy since it's holy damage. You beat me to it. You beat me to it. Yes. I am aware that there are heavies. I am not allowed to use that. It was a source of sadness when I found it out the first time. I'm like, oh, wait, this actually does holy damage? I mean, I kind of knew it, but I didn't want to believe it, So, yeah, it wasn't usable. Stinky. All right, now we're actually good to go on that. We can actually start. I need to write a couple of things down, and then we are good. We are good to start. Let's go here. Because we still need to level up our Arcane to 19. There's no sense in making the perilous trek into the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave unless we have 19 Arcane. Okay, and since I know the guy's name is Tree Sentinel, I'll add him to the split. All right. I'm not really attempting to tally the bosses, so I'm not like necessarily looking to treat the splits we get here as a baseline, but I do think it'll be nice if I know what my baselines are for practicing. Like like recording each split or logging each split serves multiple purposes, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Before we take out the tree sentinel, or at least make a go at taking out the tree sentinel, first I should spend my runes. Don't be an idiot. And then the second thing I need to do is grab a rune piece I know is there. My general philosophy on grinding rune pieces is do them early, get all the ones that I can get early. There are a couple in early Limgrave that I skip because the thing that you have to do to get them is not really worth the rune piece, especially now that upgrades are a little bit more costly and you can hold less of them. Like, there's little reason to go for the more complicated rune pieces. I would say up till Liurnia, and there will have been 2 to 3 regions in the meantime where we will have tried to get as many rune pieces as possible.
Your ambitions.
Just to explain my rationale and why I'm taking the steps that I am taking, why I'm going out of my way at points to get rune pieces that people would say are either not worth the pittance or they seem a little too far out of the way for the run. What I've learned doing Deathless, or having done a Deathless run before with Reforged, is that the early game, in addition to just being slow on its own, is even slower for challenge run purposes because there are so many additional systems and hurdles that have to be crossed. I'm fine with this. I enjoy the additional hurdles, but it might be something that might dissuade other people from attempting challenge runs of the same ilk because it takes that much longer, / there is not like, you do have to do more to get started. Oh, I took a left-hand turn and died. Great. I hate that for me. I'm gonna track it, but I don't expect to use... Yeah, rip Deathless. Rip Deathless, but thank goodness we're routing, right? Thank goodness we're routing. This was a stupid way to die, though. Which button was this again? Yeah, I'm having to remember what my hotkeys are for this. This was a hit on the way to the boss, so it's Shift F3? There we go. Shift F2. Not F3, F2. Yeah, rip, but if I die like that in a real run, I would be very sad. So, here's a question I can just ask the general audience. How do you guys feel about, you know, challenge runs in general? Are they a thing that you like to enjoy watching? Are they something that you do watch? I can't say that I enjoy watching them as of recently. I do enjoy watching a challenge run, but just lately, I have actually not watched much content. I usually sleep to it instead. I'm working on a video essay for the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I'm working on that for my 18 months in that game system. It's gonna go over a lot of stuff. Do that. All I literally had to do was jump anywhere else other than where I did. believe one rune piece is out this way. Yes, yes it is. Angry Philosopher says this right here is fun, so yes, I appreciate the latitude on that. I think it's fun too. I usually make this jump. I wonder if... I'm now questioning what I've done in the past. Insert grumble right here. I think I just need a single solitary jump for that. And of course I have to fetch my runes every time this happens. We're at the stage of the game where I really want those early upgrades, so we gotta do this. Right here, right? Alright. Is it just the single jump? It's really tight. Or it feels like I should jump earlier so that the double jump is a non-problem. That's what I think should really happen. Not quite at the tip of the platform, because I did nearly overshoot the mark. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you almost forgot something. If you like RPGs, Mr. Jason highly recommends the Golden Sun series. I also am a fan of Golden Sun. I enjoy it quite a lot. I don't have the original 2 Golden Suns, but I do have Dark Dawn, which I know, you know, people get upset about, but it's what I have. But yeah, I would like to play Golden Sun. Mr. Jason, if you find the time for yourself, please do consider putting your game suggestions in the, you know, game suggestions channel on my Discord. You know where that is, right? All you gotta do is put in the post and tag it accordingly. There's 2 suggestions today. One was the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, and the other was this game right here, or that game, the Golden Sun series. Alright, now that I have thoroughly embarrassed myself in front of everyone, in front of at least no less than 15 people, let's finally get to business. Oh, I guess before I do that, though, this is something I should have done earlier. We should have turned in the prior book before I leveled, actually. But it's fine. Something I'll have to optimize moving forward, or re-optimize, because I did optimize it at one point.
That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
Please do, because I care about learning these things. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that for a while. Okay, so it turns out if I level up beforehand, don't bother turning in the prayer book. If I do level beforehand, or I'm sorry, yeah, if I don't bother leveling, do turn in the prayer book. If I don't, or if I do bother leveling, don't turn in the prayer book. I'll have to decide which is more optimal for the future. All right, let's get out our dear friend, the wolf summons. Oh, I need to configure them. That is a... And you do want wolf summons for these, for what that's worth. You really don't want to be, You really don't want to be, like, using the jellyfish, unless you're, like, a tank or something. Come on. Okay, that wasn't too hard. Just gotta clean up those deaths when we go for a real run. Okay. What would our next boss be? Probably the Beastmen, maybe? Oh yeah, let me also get the Severing Blade configured. And, oh, actually... Oh, I'm trying to think. Would it have been better to do the tutorial right here? I think so. Yeah, maybe the tutorial should have come first. I don't know. I'm always torn about where I want to insert that. Some part of me wants to do it right. Not necessarily right at the beginning, because we need things to turn on our run. Otherwise, there is very little point in doing the tutorial. Also, some part of that might be an artifact of the previous, you know, attempt at Deathless. I'm not 100% sure. I'm still part of this experience will be routing out the. I did not mean to do this, but I guess we got to get it done anyway. Part of the experience will be how much of my old muscle memory do I even need for this. Oh, I thought I had swapped that over. I guess not. All right, it's tutorial time. So I'm gonna kind of read everything, since it's all supposed to be a new experience for those that have not played a modded Elden Ring game before, or have played, you know, Reforged in general. I'll make sure I read this stuff. Welcome to the Gilded Cave of Knowledge. This dungeon serves as an introduction to various gameplay mechanics of Elden Ring Reforged. For the sake of teaching, this dungeon asks you to follow a strict progression of specific tasks. Follow the instructions of the imp statues along your path in order to master the gauntlet and claim your just rewards. You may leave the dungeon at any time to continue on your journey by using fast travel or the exit portal in the back. One of these tutorials won't make much sense because we've already bumped into it. In the Gilded Cave of Knowledge, each segment of the cave asks you to perform a certain task. The instructions for this task, as well as helpful information, is found by interacting with the imp statue in that room. Any important information imparted this way can then also be found in your inventory. Heed the wisdom of the imp statues to proceed through the dungeon. Okay. This one should just be attack it or kill it. Yeah, just kill it. Perfect. Cracked pot and a crafting kit. Yay! When crafting, items can now be made from a wider selection of raw materials than before. For example, crafting a fire pot needs a source of essential alchemic and a source of blazing substance. These are plentiful in the world. The various plants and butterflies scattered in this room may be used to craft fire pots in order to proceed. Burn the Guardian with knowledge of flame to proceed. No, I cannot cheat this with a fireball or catch or flame sling to do that. I do actually have to grind up all the materials and toss a fire pot at it. I do have to do that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Nintendo dropped Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Nintendo Switch eShop today. Mr. Jason's thoughts were nice, but Mr. Jason does not want to return to the days of HMs. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. These days, you know, if it's not like the latest tech, well, you know, there are always fan games. You can always play a fan game or a mod ROM of sorts. I'm gonna go ahead and craft the single solitary pot I need for this. Normally, this would be forbidden in the run. Normally, this would be forbidden in a run like the one I have, like the one we're doing. But we have to do it to pass. So I've written a specific clause in the hitless rules about that. Mr. Jason says, "Why play fan games when I could be a real Mr. Coin fan?" Too true. Too true. Yes, I would love to jump video game. Each hand... Oh, this is not Reforged specific stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's skippable. Rune pieces are a type of collectible which can be found all around the world. They are usually hidden from plain sight and require some exploration to discover. Rune pieces are also available by defeating bosses and by spending runes once you've reached level 200 in New Game Plus. Finding 20 rune pieces in the world unlocks the rune forging system at Finger Reader Enia in Round Table Hold. Find 3 hidden rune pieces to proceed. There's 1. 2 are here. And I believe 1 is in this box. Mr. Jason says you will eventually go to sleep, but you keep thinking of things to tell me, good sir. Understandable. Hopefully everybody has weekend plans lined up. You know, assuming things go according to plan for me, I'm gonna actually get to, you know, hang out with my friends and do a tabletop campaign tomorrow. We kind of had to sideline that in January. I can't believe it's still February. Yeah, I had to sideline that due to the weather and, you know, lack of transport. I'm hoping tomorrow will fare better, because it's been almost 2 months since we've seen each other, me and my friends, my IRL friends. Most FP costs have been increased. In return, FP can be restored in many ways, creating an ebb and flow system of spending and generating. Upon a successful weapon attack, a small amount of FP will be restored. Seals and staves have heavy ranged attacks which do this especially well. Mr. Jason says you have massive respect to whoever can just put their head on a pillow and drift off. I can if I turn off the phone and, like, put it in a different room from me, if I actually attempt to sleep. Otherwise, you know, I require some funnies in order to go to bed, personally. I gotta spend my energy somehow. Spellcasters can also use generator spells marked by the blue teardrop on the scroll. So the spell icon is what they mean when they say scroll. These spells restore FP upon hitting enemies. Restore your FP by attacking the Guardian of Knowledge to proceed, which we need to do that right now. There we go. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason's mind is overly active whether or not your phone's near you. That's the issue. Ah, understandable. Can't do anything. Can't offer any sage advice for that, I'm afraid. That's got to be a medicate, like a pharmacological solution. Drugs. Only drugs can control that. Or deep meditation exercises. After an attack or defensive action, an indicator flashes showing the perfect attack window. Performing an attack during a perfect attack window executes it faster and decreases its stamina cost. Perfect attack windows will not appear when mashing inputs. Wait for the right time to strike. Perfect attack visuals can be toggled at a site of grace. Yeah, if you want a perfect attack without a visual, go right ahead. I'm not doing that. I have enough things on my plate without trying to track that. Defeat the Guardians of Knowledge with perfect attacks to proceed. I wonder if they're going to make me use fists here. No. Good. Excellent. My hands are getting a bit sweaty. Yuck. And that's at 4 hours, never mind 6. Ah, yes, make sure you pay attention to your surroundings, folks. Don't forget. Rune pieces can appear in the strangest of places. I know the tutorial is boring, and is not particularly something I like showing or anything of the sort, but there are items to be obtained for going through here. We get 4 rune pieces. We do get some armor we can sell. There are a few reasons for coming through here, and it's one of those that I would have to play so strangely to actually die during this section's not funny. Shrines to the martyr saints scattered across the lands hold the secrets of fortunes. Each grants you an oracle's remedy used to unlock common fortunes. Once you receive the oracle's effigy, you may equip a fortune at the nearby site of grace. Do so in order to proceed. Keep in mind that tutorials you've seen are added to your inventory for later reading. Okay, so this is the martyr shrine here. She would have been holding the effigy and an oracle's remedy. We just need to change fortunes. I think. Maybe re-equipping. Oh yeah, just re-equipping a fortune does the trick. Nice. We're almost through with the boring part of the tutorial. Stealth can be a good way to start a fight with a larger group of enemies on your terms. Breaking line of sight to enemies and moving through tall foliage crouched improves your stealth. Hits on unaware enemies deal more damage. Enemies may also be distracted by noises, such as the impact of thrown projectiles. Sneak past the Guardians of Knowledge undetected to proceed. Crouch to make it hard. Oh, that's Elden Ring stuff. Yeah, don't bother reading that. This part's pretty easy. You just gotta, make sure you cross at the right time in the bushes and you're good. This part right here is what usually gets, what gets casters like this. At the moment you guard with your weapon or shield, you briefly enter the deflect timing window, greatly improving your defenses with any type of weapon. Exceptionally well-timed deflects become perfect deflects, granting even further defensive boosts, negating all status buildup and briefly empowering your next attack. The deflect window can be tracked in your character's status icons. Successful deflects create a more impactful sparking effect and sound. Perfect deflect and then guard counter the Guardian of Knowledge's attacks to proceed. Gotta really stand. Wow, that's interesting. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Better. Mr. Jason says, you remember back in 2019, the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is now in development. I sure can't wait for the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is in development. And then Nintendo says, now with more Koroks, please no. Please no. Please, Aonuma, learn the lesson. Just take the L on that, bud. Come on. The Gilded Cave of Knowledge lies conquered at your feet, but one last challenge remains. The following encounter aims to teach advanced gameplay. Conquering it requires precise control and practice. Mastery over this challenge is useful for your continued quest, but not required to travel the lands between. You may leave the dungeon at any time using the escape portal, or fast travel to continue with your journey. Nah, we gonna do this. Match each incoming attack with the correct avoidance technique to proceed. This is going to teach you how to dodge. You don't have to do this part, but it's not that bad. Also, I will... we gotta read this, but I shouldn't log the entry yet. Some enemy attacks, such as low sweeps or ground stomps, are best avoided by performing a jump. Jumping grants full immunity to certain ground attacks and makes it easy to avoid low attacks. In real combat, jumping can be followed up by a light jump attack or heavy jump attack to maintain aggression while avoiding damage. Simon Says, the boss. Certain enemy attacks are raised high enough off the ground to allow ducking underneath them. Ducking fully replaces the backstep action, significantly lowering your stature while remaining in place. In real combat, ducking allows you to follow up with a highly nimble light attack that propels you forward. I'll show you. I mean, he says while flubbing it up. You can't wait until the absolute last moment, or you'll get hit like that. You do have to kind of like know about the right moment to press. Oh, and it makes you do it all over too. This one should be moving. Some enemy attacks track your movements poorly, and the enemy may have trouble keeping up with simple movement. In such situations, it is recommended to step aside or circle strafe the target to remain safe. This leaves you free to swiftly follow up with any desired action and to gain an upper hand in combat. Like that. And as long as you run, notice and run quick enough, you're fine. Just simply circle around. I'm curious if you... Yeah, you could just circle strafe. You don't even need to run. Running can be more helpful, though. When unsure what dodge option offers the most advantage, the classic dodge is usually a good option. Dodging offers a generous invulnerability period, which depends strongly on your equipment load. Out of all the options, this consumes the most stamina. Skilled combat consists of using all available options to their utmost benefit. Okay, we only have one more. And while this is paused, this is Crucible Knight Ryasis. All right, let's do this. Here he gets faster. Thank you for the GGs. I know that must feel even, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't feel semi-degrading. I mean, I don't find it insulting, but maybe some people would find it insulting, you know, that they were GG'd. I have seen a number of people, you know, not particularly care for the tutorial. Or for the Knights of the First Lord. I don't mind it, though. I think it has its place, and I am glad that that this is skippable. For the record, if you're like, no, just let me play the game, I know how to dodge my own, don't tell me a new way to dodge, fine. Totally fine. But for those that want to get immersed in the slow burn that is Elden Ring Reforged, learning how to duck will help you a lot. No runes, though. I wish there were runes. Okay, I'm gonna call things here. We normally stream for 4 hours. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark right now. So you guys have been awesome. Thank you again to MonkeyFunk4D and to Bumblebubs for the raids. Very, very appreciated. Thank you to everyone for standing by me and sticking around. I realize that the start of this new project is slow, like glacially slow, but I promise you the events will pick up given the time. Like, there will be things that you guys will find interesting. I unfortunately have to go do lots of stuff, or otherwise I would try to find a raid. or, you know, a channel to go give our wonderful and loving audience members to. Again, I will put up the Discords here. I would love to have you. And again, if you guys are looking, you guys like voting on games or voting on options for games, you guys are gonna love the Discord server, plus all the commands and stuff go in there too. So I've got lots of resources too. We post pictures, I release thumbnails to you, that kind of thing. Other than that, you guys know where my hallowed halls are. They'll be in the link tree, which you can find underneath the video player on Twitch or in the bottom of the description on YouTube. And as for Kick, I am working on a way to restore the link tree command in a new form. So for now, I would recommend you check out my YouTube channel if you're on Kick. That way, you can see all that stuff. From there, you'll kind of have to do a little bit of link digging to get there, but again, I'd love to have you in my community fully and completely, and not in a piecemeal way soon. My name is Coin, and this has been the first of many sessions to come for rerouting Deathless all content, fire spells only. In Elden Ring Reforged. Thank you guys so much. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff to do. Please do have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. Knock on wood, right? And with that, goodbye.